feel like I definitely forgot something. What did I forget? I did that thing, right? Yeah, did that thing. I don't know. Hello, hi, it's me, Scott. I made a poor choice. So I didn't stream yesterday, but I made kind of a poor choice late last night because we did that camera parameter thing some streams ago, and first I complained about it for like a whole stream, and then we found some library and I wrote it to wrap around that library. Then I realized that library was just wrapping some other library, and we should ditch the intermediary library, the middle library. And then I was like, we got this .NET version with this 10-year-old .NET direct shell library, and it was all annoying. And we had it working, and it was done. It was fine. Like any sane person would have just been like, "Yep, this is done. Let's move on." But I was so bothered by the executable size because it was 28 meg for like nothing, and there was no good way to completely strip it down to like the barest minimum. Unfortunately, which seems insane, but there was seemingly no way to do that, like to totally strip it down. And even when we did like mostly strip it down, it was still bigger than you'd want it to be. Not very big, but hundreds of kilobytes, which just didn't make sense for something so tiny. And like I've been thinking a lot about my programming practice and the way I program and how it's changed over the years, and like what I used to do and what I do now. And when I was first starting to take it seriously, like it's something I dabbled with since I was a kid. But in my teens, I guess, when I first started taking it, like, okay, what if we like really made an effort to learn and got some books and stuff? And I was programming in C a fair amount then. I was okay at it. I don't think I was a great C programmer, but then since then I fell off into like, I don't even know how many other random languages. Mostly it was PHP for a stretch, which was not good. But so much C# in the last 5 years, so much JavaScript in the last 20 years. And a fair amount of C++ for Arduino stuff, but in embedded land, things just feel different. And frankly, when I write stuff there, I'm basically writing C. Like I don't do much C++ stuff there. So I guess in Arduino land, I was still doing a fair amount of C programming. But as far as like desktop applications, some stuff in grad school, but even that's been years ago now. So I don't know. Part of it was just like, well, what if I just got back into this a little bit? And just tried. Like, what if I've never used like Win32 or whatever, Windows API stuff, written low-level code to deal with that because it looks so gross and it looks so annoying. And it turns out it is gross and annoying. But I decided to do it last night, and then I stayed up way too late doing it, and it's mostly done. So I should have done it on stream, but it was just one of those things. One, I didn't know if I was really going to stick with it. Like, it might have been a horrible idea. And I didn't want to stream, even though I love to stream myself floundering all the time, which is definitely a thing I do, basically every single stream. Like, this was too much even for me, because it was just like, I don't even know what the right way to set up a C or C++ development environment on Windows is now. Like with Visual Studio Code, I don't even know what to do. I don't even know if I had a C compiler. I don't know if I could use the Visual Studio C compiler in Visual Studio Code, or if I had to install something else. And the like messaging was pretty inconsistent actually. I had the Visual Studio installed. Maybe I'm logged in there. It's so confusing because now they have like the community edition and all those things, and I don't know if I'm actually logged in somewhere. I don't know the answer. Free for students, open source contributors, and individuals, and I don't know. So it could be that I'm like, I got CLEXE working in VS Code, but maybe illegally or like against the license. I don't know. Who knows? Here's the main thing I know: is we need to pick some wallpaper. We really just need to write a wallpaper picker. I say that repeatedly, but I never do it. That's not bad. That's not bad either. It's not okay. We're having better wallpaper luck today than we have recently. I've been here in Valheim. That looks just like my, where is that? Poland? No, that's clearly my Valheim base. Speaking of Valheim, I haven't played much since I beat the last boss, which was just a terrible, boring, tedious boss fight. I'm paying for a server that I don't think anybody's really using right now. So I thought, I don't know. I also made the choice. We'll go into this on another stream, but I'm going to set up a little mini server at home, which is also something I moved away from over the years. But I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll go over that one day because I think it was semi-interesting. A little servery machine is on the way. Onions. Shapes. Deadpool's Ducati. A beautiful door in We're gonna get lots of Polish pictures today, it seems. Oh, I spent a fair amount of yesterday just watching videos on programming and programming practice because I'm definitely not very rigid in my programming style. I would say almost every project, there's certain like high level sort of meta things that I have over the years have become, like rules of thumb or general good practice, whatever language I'm in or whatever framework or whatever. But I'm pretty willing to just try almost every project. I'll try some new approach to things. And over the years that has had me leaning into certain practices and pulling out of certain practices. And there's so much dogma about the right way to program. And there's probably even more dogma about what is the wrong way to program. And I watch streams of people and YouTube videos of people who will just adamantly say object-oriented programming is the worst possible thing. And then there's other people, of course, will say the opposite. So anyway, I try to limit that to people who actually seem like they know what they're talking about. But even those people I feel like are pretty dogmatic. We'll just go with this one. And so, yeah, I don't know. Dogma is the thing I like to avoid most. But it has made me think a little bit and just sort of observe in my style about how I've kind of, in a lot of ways, switched back to a very procedural way of programming. I mean, even if you look at this is our .NET version of the app, which is pretty short, actually. But it relies on this direct show library, and it ends up so huge because of all the .NET stuff. But I got the program itself pretty short. It does lots of silly things and uses lots of like heavy things to look things up or whatever. But like as far as a short, sweet little program, hey me, good job. I mean, I'm kind of admiring it now that I see how long the lower level version is, because there's just so much more stuff you got to worry about at the low level version, but it's just so much leaner. So anyway, this was our version that wrapped the direct show stuff, and it's still annoying. Like, it's still pretty dumb the way you have to deal with it, but it's not the worst thing of all time. There are worse things. So then, and this was okay. It's just that it was just huge. Wait, what? Are you mad about the direction of the backslashes or something stupid? Oh, you just need a dot? Yeah, so that's a 20 megabyte executable, which is my new version. This guy, oops. Okay, I think maybe that was without optimizations. Wait, what did I do? Why is that suddenly huge? Well, it's 103 kilobytes. So that's 20 times 12. That's still way bigger than it was, though. What did I do? Something I did made this large. have O1. Okay, and I thought it was smaller. Anyway, it's 103K, which is... Well, okay, wait, no, it's 200 times smaller, right? Because 20 times this would be 2 megabytes. So 200 times this. So it's 200 times smaller. Oh my gosh, Kyle, I was thinking about you yesterday. In this case, it took me several hours, but that was like, there's two caveats there. One caveat is I definitely started with somebody else's direct show code, which made parts of it easier, but also I'm so out of practice with like C/C++ and was never very good at C++ in particular to begin with, and don't know anything about some of this dumb Windows API stuff. So I don't know. I had some advantages and some extreme disadvantages. I didn't stream yesterday. I did this last night, not off stream. I probably should have done it on stream. You know, I was thinking about you because I think you are good at asking thoughtful questions of people, and it made me wonder where you developed that skill. Do you feel like it just came naturally to you to ask questions to people, or do you think that's something you have deliberately tried to cultivate over time? I really thought I had this smaller last night. Maybe I did something that made it bigger. Or maybe I was just thinking of 7K as the code size. Anyway, you can see it is much more verbose. So this version is 200 lines. It was not a very big program, really, but this program was only 139. So whatever, 50% larger. I think it's good. I think have you thought about it? Have you thought about practicing that, or do you think it's just something that has sort of naturally developed? Because it made me think of, there's a Dale Carnegie quote that's something like, if you want to be interesting, be interested. And it's sort of encouraging people to, like, if you want to connect with people, to be interested in them and ask questions. And I think that's also a good thing if you're trying to cultivate creativity, is just to figure out what other people are interested in and learn about it. It just comes naturally to you. That's impressive. When you meet a new person in real life, do you immediately start asking them questions like that? Or do you think it's just something that comes out on Twitch? Maybe you're just a natural Dale Carnegie. Maybe you're the reincarnation of Dale Carnegie. That's fair. I could see that. I could see how it would reward. You know, now that you put it like that, I think like when you listen to podcasts and certain people, their emails or questions come up frequently because they're good at asking things that are a little more thought-provoking. Well, I just wanted to commend you for it because I think you do a good job. So this is the code of the new version, and we've had to do some things differently. And because I don't know, maybe it's from watching Handmade Hero or whatever, I decided to not use any standard library stuff, which is silly, probably, but I just didn't want to. One, because I don't know it very well, and two, because like I feel like I would learn more, just figuring things out my own. So like, I don't know, I have these structures of key value pairs. I don't know if this is a very good way to do things, but I just needed this kind of lookup of, this is something I was kind of getting for free in C# because I was able to sort of look up enums by name, which I couldn't do here. But then I also needed something to parse commands into, so it was convenient. So I don't know if this is a great idea. It seems pretty fast and efficient. I'm not allocating any memory here because that seems sort of silly. Even for like commands, I just said, whatever, you can just enter 32 commands. And if you enter more commands than that, like, I don't know what to tell you. In fact, we should probably have a max commands. And I should probably have, my naming conventions aren't great here, just because I mean, I get, normally I'd probably make a const like max commands or something like that. So yeah, I mean, it really depends. If you're porting something, sometimes ports are really easy because the basic. Well, okay, it depends on what port you're talking about, right? Because sometimes when you're talking about port, you're talking about going from one platform to another. Like, say you're porting a game from one platform to another. And it could be that, like, oh, it's the same language, most of the libraries are the same, 90% of the code is the same, but the rendering layer needs to be different, and the input layer, and stuff like that. And so that stuff can be difficult, but it can also, not that that's not a challenge, but you might say that, like, oh, actually, in reality, porting this game from one platform to the other was, we only had to change the render layer, like whatever layer is responsible for rendering, and the input layer. All the other code was exactly the same. That's a thing that can happen. But you say you're like porting from one platform to the Switch, and then it's suddenly like, oh boy, this device can't do anything. It's bad hardware and is very weak. Then you might have problems, just performance problems that require more work, or, you know, lowering asset quality or whatever. So that's a kind of port that you hear about a lot. Porting from one language to another, it kind of depends on the nature of what you're doing. In this case, I'm porting from one language to another, but I'm also porting from sort of a high level, we're using somebody else's library to do most of the work, to we're going to do the work ourselves. So there's kind of two things happening there. The language porting is hard. I mean, relatively speaking, it's annoying just because there's so many convenient things in C# that come at a cost, of course, and .NET that come at a cost, but there are lots of things that make, you know, life a little easier. And then, so we don't have the advantages of those things. So some of the stuff we have to totally rethink how we're doing. And then, yeah, not using that library means we've got to do stuff at a lower level that is a bit more annoying too. Did you miss the camera control stream? Did you miss that stream? It was the biggest triumph of my life. So I can do, so this is the new version. It should work. So for device 0, we can set the gain to 128 and the exposure to -6. That was too much. Oh, look at that exposure at -6 though. I'm surprised that actually worked. So it just I now have, you know, I'm sure you've heard me complain about this in the past, no easy command line way to change camera parameters. And now this is the third time I've written it. The first time I wrote it, it wrapped some library that we found on GitHub. The second time I wrote it, we found that library actually wrapped another library. And so we used the other library to do it. And now the third time, no libraries. There's like, look at this, nothing. There's nothing in here. We got direct show and that's it. The Logitech thing sucked. I didn't like that. I don't want to run any, no way. No, I don't like that. That thing still didn't work fully the way I wanted it to. Like the one you showed me, the really old one, stopped working at a certain point, and then I had to switch to whatever, the stupid Logi Studio, whatever it's called, their super bloated, annoying thing, and even that thing did not work fully reliably. And other stuff would still mess with it. Like you could still go into whatever, like go into a Google meeting, and it could still mess with your camera settings. So I just wanted to say, like, I am the master of my camera settings. I can control them whenever I want to. I can write a script that sets my stream up, turns on the lights, everything, and sets the camera the way that I want to. Do it all from the command line. And this is now the third time I've written it, but third time is a charm? Maybe? Actually, I have a fourth time in mind, but I don't know. Okay, enjoy your dinner. The fourth time might be rewriting it as a node library. I don't know about that. The idea for this even came from somebody else who has a low node library that just downloads an executable. Okay, so this is mostly working. So what we have, I'm just going to walk through it really quickly just because it was pretty late last night when I stopped. So I have this idea of a key value pair, which is just there's a string and a number, and that's all it is. And there's a million other ways to do that in a higher level data structures of like dictionaries or maps or hash maps or whatever, like sets of associated data that all are like higher level things that have more overhead and require libraries and things like that. So I was trying to do it like, what if I wasn't going to use any of those things? And maybe that's terrible, but hey. The repo's up. It's already up, but the repo's up for the C# version, and we don't care about that version anymore. It's too big. Anyway, so, and then I used that key value pair thing, and at first I wasn't doing this. I was doing it 3 different times, but I think this is relatively tight. So there's some string is your key, and right now it's a pointer to a string, and I don't know. I had it. There's a reason for that. And then some integer value, and then these are all of the things. If you remember from the direct show stuff, there's things you can tell the camera to do, and there's things that are actually you're talking to the video. So like stuff like exposure and focus, you're actually supposed to talk to the camera. And when you want to set brightness, contrast, things like that, you're actually talking to like, those are changes to the video. And that may seem weird. But it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of annoying. You got a zoom command, coordinates on a stream, and there's a big zoom on that. Oh no. Of course, it's all controlled with channel points. Does the zoom happen in OBS? Where does the zoom actually happen? You could use heat for that too. You just click heat on a location. I love heat. Okay, so yeah, these are all the things these are like video filters, kind of, and these are camera settings, kind of. And then I just needed something to say like, the command line arguments are also key value pairs, and in this land, it's always a string and an integer. That's just how it works. So then we have this thing that's like, this is just wraps exit, so you can have a message when you exit. And this is our process argument. And actually, we have one more error in here that we need to account for. Because we need to say that if command count is equal to max commands, then we've gone too far. Then we need to bail out of here. Something like this. So, you know, if we changed max commands to say, oh, you can only have 2 commands. We have too many arguments. That is 2 commands though. So why is that true? I guess we'd want to say if it's greater than, because we've just incremented it. We haven't done the next one. So we'll check at the end. So 2 commands would be okay, but exposure would be too many commands. Yeah, okay. So otherwise, you know, we'll overflow this dude that only has that many commands. So we'll say you can have up to 32. In reality, we know how many you could have, because you could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, plus to set the device. So you could really only have 18. If you wanted to do every single thing. Yeah, tying heat to channel points. Probably do that one of these days. I need to work on things that give me money at some point. I haven't done that in the last 2 weeks. Our app got published to the Play Store, by the way. We should fix that. We should clean up some of the beta stuff and then probably push it to the Apple Store as well. Maybe we'll have a documentation day or something tomorrow and release that other thing. Why are you showing me this? Get out of here. I don't want to see the bookmarks bar. Don't ever show me that. Get it, Edge, get it out of here. I don't want to see this. Show favorites bar, never. Okay. Anyway, so that's the thing. That's our thing that processes arguments. And really it just like gets an argument and looks at the next argument also. And it should be an integer. And that should just always be true. This is a thing that will look in those collections of key value pairs that we have. These guys. And you give it one of those things and then a length of it, because I don't know how to do that very well otherwise. Because, yeah, anyway. And then you say, this is the thing I'm looking for. And it just iterates through and looks for that thing. And they're so tiny, it should be really fast. So those are really like our functions so far. It's only like 3. So we should probably have some more of those. The main program, we process all the arguments first thing. Really, there's no real reason to have this guy be global. Kind of no reason to have these be global either. I mean, other than they just kind of seem that way. They're like these. I don't know. This guy doesn't really need to be global, but it also doesn't really matter that much. Because we could pass that structure in here. Our exposure is settings are bad right now. Gain 0, exposure -5. Okay. So in Windows land, this is a thing. And it's a result handler or result handle. Is it actually a result handle? Maybe I shouldn't call that handler. What do they actually call it? It's a result handle. Yeah, it's not a handler. It's just a handle to the result. Okay. And this is just all these Windows API kind of things that you call. This just tells you they will return some result, and this is just a reference to that thing. So it's just it's almost like a status, you know, like an HTML status or something. And it can be either 0, meaning everything was good, like it's okay, or it can be something. And I'm doing this thing where I'm using that as the exit code. I don't know. Maybe you're not really supposed to do that, but I'm doing it. So first we got to do is initialize com. And some of these, I don't know. Like, okay, just for like full clarity, I should probably put a comment into this. Let's see. So this node webcam, just to say, a lot of this code was really heavily influenced by this person, Ted Burke, who posted this thing 10 years ago. So this is where I learned how to do this. It does, I don't know, maybe a quarter of what we need to do in terms of using direct show, but this is how I know how to do it. So I need to be very clear that this is the, if not up here, then in the documentation, we need to be clear that. And I'm not using it directly, but as far as like, hey, how did you do a thing? This is where I learned how to do that thing. So my code will look very similar for at least part of it because I was using this as a reference to learn how to do it. So like all this stuff of like initializing com, things like that, I do my arguments very differently. Maybe this way would be better, but I don't know. But like stuff like this is almost, you know, almost directly. almost like a direct match to what came from the source code. I didn't need this filter graph. I think mine is, I need a different one, filter graph 2. Yeah, so we actually use a filter graph 2. Which weird, you would almost expect this to want, I don't know, stuff like this just doesn't make very much sense. Because it's still a filter graph there. It's still an iGraph builder, not a 2. So I guess you just cast it to that and then you get more stuff. I don't know, man. The way a lot of this works is just the Windows stuff, I mean, is not, doesn't make a ton of sense to me. But, and I might, I don't know, change the order of some of this stuff. But and then the other thing was really, it was from our other program, this idea of you build the graph. So this stuff is the same. We're just calling the underlying stuff. So, you know, part of it was also sort of porting our old stuff over to figure out how to do that. So this is the thing that lets us iterate over devices. That's also very similar. I think that happens somewhere over here too, or something similar. Yeah, because device enumerator, as near as I can tell, there's no way to just like get a collection of devices in a way that would sort of make sense. You just get this enumerator and you can iterate over them, which I guess is fine. But this is also very, very similar. I mean, in that it's doing, we're calling the same underlying stuff. I'm doing it a slightly different way, but, and then the video input device enumerator. Oh, I forgot that's two different things. So you have to have the device enumerator, and then you have to have the thing enumerates video devices specifically, which is a little weird. Like those are two different kinds of, they're two different things. And I don't know. I won't pretend to understand exactly why these things are in Windows land, but here we are. Oh my gosh, Ben. I just, you know, I wrote this thing, this camera control thing, and it works. And it's 39 lines of code in C# using some 10-year-old .NET library. And it's all fine and it works, except the executable is so big it makes me angry. The executable is 20 megabytes for this tiny little program because it's a long story, but there's no really straightforward way to just say, hey, I want this .NET. I want a single .NET executable that does not bundle all of .NET in it. You can't do that. You can almost do it. Or you can do it and not bundle it in, and then it just won't run on somebody's computer unless they have .NET 5. So, I don't know. It's pretty weird, and it's pretty annoying. And I just, even though it was totally done and it totally worked, I like couldn't live with myself. Couldn't live with myself with this 20 megabyte executable to do something so trivial. So this is now the third time we've rewritten this program. Now in C++. I don't know, just to see if I could. I mean, just porting it to C++ and doing these calls mean that we don't have to bundle some like giant runtime in it. So that's it. The whole solution is just do it at a lower level and you're fine. So yeah, anyway, Ben, I'm just writing this little camera control thing for the third time. Maybe we'll do it again and see if we can just use the pure C bindings and not use the C++ bindings at all and make it even more annoying. Also, just because I've been watching things that are a bad influence, like Handmade Hero, I decided to do it with zero standard library. So I'm like building my own collections and managing those collections manually and all this stuff. So I'm doing this to myself, and it's fine. It's mostly fine. Like, other than how annoying all the Windows stuff is, the porting to C++ has not been that bad. One, because I'm mostly just writing in C. I have very little C++. In fact, I may have not written any C++. all of the C++ might just be, the fact that they're giving me classes, but I don't know that I've personally written any. But without using any of the libraries and being out of practice, I just don't know if any of the things I'm doing are a good idea. I think they're a pretty good idea. I'm also doing it with like zero allocations. So I don't know. Yeah, I know. I should. That is so. A stream I was watching yesterday. That was actually, or a video I was watching yesterday. That was actually pretty good. It's somebody certainly. I was mentioning earlier that I don't like to get extreme levels of dogma bother me. We're gonna look at my YouTube history and probably see something embarrassing. Actually, the embarrassing thing will probably be that it's just a bunch of like programming videos and video game playthroughs. I don't remember how to do that. How do you see your history? Was it library history? Oh, yes, my history. So, a bunch of Unity job system stuff. Some video games. Yeah. Oh, we got some Elliott Smith in there. Okay, maybe it's not that embarrassing. It's slightly embarrassing. There we go. Johnny Cash, some Merle Haggard. But the thing I was thinking of was this, and it's not a bad talk. It's not a bad talk. I definitely would say it's from a dogmatic person who like doesn't even write in C99 because he thinks the version of C from 1999 is too overblown, so he still writes in C from 1989. But it's good to watch. And one of the things that he says that I think is a very valid thing, actually, is like he basically does everything as close to the metal as possible. Doesn't use any libraries unless they're wrapped in some way, and so on. And so his code lives forever, basically. Like something he built decades ago is still going to compile and probably work right. And if it doesn't work right, it's because of one of like something at the wrapped library layer doesn't work, and he just needs to update that part. But all of his code does work. And so I think about that, because I have projects that are lost to time, essentially, because they were built with tools or platforms that are no longer viable. Like my undergraduate thesis was built in Flash, and it's like, I guess I could totally rebuild it to not be in Flash, but like, that's pretty annoying. And then one of the very first games I released, probably the first game I released on the App Store, I built with Cocos 2D, and it was all written in Objective-C. And I just am so out of that world right now, it would take me probably days to like even get back into it and understand it, let alone update everything so that it would work, in 64-bit land. Whereas theoretically, if I'd done all those things like lower level, more bare metal, not relied on anything, you wouldn't need to port it 10 years later, right? Like you wouldn't necessarily need to do any updates because the old version would just still work. Maybe you have to, if you're doing some really low level stuff, maybe you have to, maybe the intrinsics you're using change, but probably that wouldn't be true. If you were using old intrinsics, they're probably still valid. It's just that new ones were added. So anyway, or even like some old Unity projects I have that would be annoying to update at this point because certain fundamental things changed in the editor. So like, there's something to that. Like the lower level you work, that is less of a concern, but the flip side is then you have to do every single thing. And above a certain scale, I'm not really willing to do that because I feel in the way that I work, I like to just be able to have an idea and, in the course of a stream, I can usually validate an idea, like get something up and running, like using Unity or Node.js or whatever. I can prototype an idea in a matter of hours. That would probably take days if I was doing it all if I was doing everything myself in C, where it's like, okay, it's time to make this server. I guess let's write a server from scratch. Let's like do some socket, whatever. Like so I'm generally not willing to do that. But for something like this, it's like, yeah, I think I'll try to go low. I mean, C is good, and you can still use it all the time. You still can use it all the time. Like all my Arduino stuff, again, even though it's really C++, I'm not good at C++, and so almost everything I write is C just by accident, just because I don't really know the features of C++ itself very much, that I just default to writing C because that's what I learned when I was a teenager. But so all my embedded stuff can be C. I can write C, could write Windows applications or command line applications in C that would be relatively portable. This isn't, of course, because it's dumb Windows Direct Show stuff. But any other just random, I wrote a little C application, there's a good chance that will go somewhere. That could be then used to say I wanted to have something, a native code that would run on a whatever, in Unity as a plugin on iOS or Android or whatever. I could probably write it in C and it would probably be okay. I could probably write it in C and get that converted to WebAssembly and have it run on the web if I was an insane person and just was like, I'm literally only going to write in C. I could do Node.js plugin libraries. So it's like, it's still tremendously useful. It's just, for me, for like prototyping and everything, it's not fast. Although I will say, probably my favorite point that this speaker makes is this statement right here. In the beginning, you want results, and in the end, all you want is control. And I actually think that really checks out on large projects. Really, really checks out. Because in the beginning, and you should just watch this video because I think it's pretty good. In the beginning, you're like, I just want to do this thing. I don't care. I don't care about all this whatever. I don't want to manage memory. I just want to, all I want to do is tell the webcam to change the gain. That's it. And or whatever it is that you think you want to do. And then like halfway through the project, you're like, I hate this. I really wish I could do this one thing, but this freaking Windows, this library won't let me, or this platform layer won't let me, or whatever. And so in the beginning, you're just like, I don't care. I just want this done as quick and dirty as possible. And then once you do that, you're like, well, actually, I think I want to do this. And as your idea becomes more refined, by the end of a project, this is the thing you want. Like by the end of a project, it's like, I just want to do this. And now I've built this nightmare on top of some other nightmares that I can't control. Whereas maybe if I had architected myself from the beginning, I don't know. I think that's pretty interesting. And that also relates a whole lot to object-oriented programming and object-orientedness and what a like tangled web that can become. So by the end of your application, everything is so interconnected in nightmare ways that it's hard to just do the thing that you want to do. No, I think that's a good summary. So yeah, so Kyle's asking like, why aren't things better 50 years later than C? Why is C still so good? And Ben's response is like, yeah, priorities changed, and there were lots of priorities over what seemed to be making things easier, or high level is the word the term you hear all the time. It's like, oh, you don't worry about that. Don't worry about memory management. We're going to garbage collect, whatever. Don't worry. We got you. And the idea being is like, oh, let the computer do more work for you. And intuitively, that sounds not bad. But eventually you are just burdened by so many decisions that other people, you hear me all the time complain about that in web browser stuff, where it's like, I'm just hamstrung by some decision made, 50 steps up the line, where I just can't do the thing that I want to do because this relied on this, and somebody back here decided whatever, and so that happens on your own program in the stack of where you're developing, where you're like, at the top of that stack developing. So part of it is control. And then also like the other part that I think has made that happen is, or another distinction there, I guess, is like hardware has gotten fast and cheap enough that you can afford to be a bad programmer. I don't actually fully believe that justifies it. I mean, funny, I was about to mention this very video that happens to be linked right here. This is a good case of Motore talk about the very thing I'm talking about, which is like, there's just so much junk between you and the thing you want to do, and all the implications of that in terms of like what you can do and performance and all of that stuff, and why all programs are so slow and terrible now and potentially less responsive than programs that were written 40 years ago on hardware that was orders of magnitude slower than what we have. So part of it is, a lot of it is in the space, the spirit at least of like making things easier to do, but that ease comes at a cost of control and it comes at a cost of performance, because like easy almost by definition cannot be, almost by definition is also like general purpose. And as soon as something's that general purpose, it just can't be optimal in terms of, you know, the way the hardware fundamentally wants to work, for example. As one example of like how you manage memory and how things are laid out in memory, and are you, is your CPU, does it never have the data that it wants because it's never in the cache because you have memory all over the place, which is one of the major arguments against object-oriented programming that many people would just totally wave their hands away because computers are so fast, who cares? But it adds up. When you have enough of those layers of enough people not caring, then eventually you get to the point where like, oh, now it suddenly does matter, especially if you're writing a game and you're trying to do something 60 times a second or 120 times a second or whatever. So, I guess I would say the reason C is still so valid is because there's a purity to it, I guess. And there is a, so much of the stuff that gets away from that purity in the name of ease is actually compromises both control and performance at a certain level. I don't, it's funny because there's so much talk about things like that, AI and the singularity and what's going to happen with interfacing with computers and all that stuff should happen. My general sense, as someone who knows maybe a very intermediate amount about AI and machine learning and all of those things, they are so like tediously, like fragilely constructed that by humans and deliberately by humans, that it's hard for me to imagine just a truly like general purpose intelligence. And probably, maybe I'll eat my words in 5 years or whatever, but like the nature of those things now is so, there's so much hand holding from humans to do those things. That's changing to some degree. Now that I say that, like when you have a GAN, whatever that, a generalized adversarial network, is that what a GAN is? So the thing that's interesting about this is it's kind of like there's two AIs, and one AI is trying to make things and the other AI is saying like, did you do a good job? So maybe there's this future where it's like a bunch of AIs that aren't very good, but they can work together to make something good. That's kind of what goes on here. Like you have one AI that's just like, is this a horse? And the other AI is like, that's not even close to a horse. And then it's like, is this a horse? And the other AI is like, that's a little more like a horse. So maybe with like, that's how you end up with stuff like this, where you can like make a human, and it does a pretty good job. There's still like there's still major models that are trained underneath these things, but so I don't know. So this stuff is going to get insanely powerful and insanely, like it will do unbelievable things and like generate video of people doing whatever you want, like unbelievable deep fakes or whatever. But as far as just like, okay, hey computer, make this thing, and just out of nowhere, like from scratch, like create this thing or write this program, that's a little harder. That's harder to imagine, because it's so it's like too broad. It's sort of too broad. So as far as like, yeah, like a computer that can just program given a set of parameters. There's been stuff like that. There's been, let's see, gosh, what is that? AI. I can't remember exactly what this thing is. So there's like a, there's this thing. I think there's actually other versions of this. But you can almost just say like, can you write a program that'll do this thing? Looks like maybe this is not turned into a spam site at some point. But it was so limited to what it could do. But it was kind of cool. Like the as a proof of concept, it was pretty cool. But I don't know. It's yeah, but that thing, so that very thing right there, that like, oh, the languages are talking in a way that humans couldn't understand. That's a headline. Like that's not that's when you if you go read at what was actually happening, it was kind of interesting. But it's not what the headline implied. It's not like, oh, these two AIs got too smart and they were talking behind her back. Humans want to make interesting stories, but that's not really what happened. You know, that it's almost a little bit like that hide and seek API where it's like, okay, you just found the wrong solution. Or that AI hide and seek. You know, I think we even talked about this one where like there's the AI in hide and seek that would like try to kill other players. Like it would do crazy things. It would be like, oh, if I lock you in the corner, you can't hide or whatever. It would just totally break the rules and do the wrong thing where it's like, yeah, you kind of did the thing, but you totally missed the point of it. That is sort of what the... yeah, I wish it was actually cool. So that's I can't even remember the details of it, but if you go read about that two AI communicating thing, it's not what is implied by the headlines. It's more just like, oh, it's missing the point, and it's not really doing the thing that... It's because in looking for optimal solutions, the people who made it kind of like didn't box it in enough, sort of, or set enough rules. I don't know. Maybe I'll be totally proven wrong, but I don't know. It's that the reality of how machine learning and AI works and what like a kind of a sloppy mess it is in a lot of ways does not give me a lot of hope for. I mean, what was that? Where was that thing that was like? I think this is a good good demonstration. So I'll give you some text, and it's going to give me an image. So let's try a horse. I don't know. How about a kitty? And I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that's more like a bird. You know, like this is more what I expect from just like totally open-ended machine learning stuff in a lot of cases. Chair. Let's try chair. Hey guys, chair's not bad. Kind of horrific, but chair is pretty good. You'd maybe imagine there are a lot of chairs in their model. Kind of love the chairs, actually. Chairs are... Oh, that one's pretty good. Oh, they're like the weird sort of dentist chairs, these weird nightmare chairs. Oh, I submitted too many requests. I don't know. No, I do think there's the potential for stuff like evolutionary programming and generative algorithms and things like that to come up with solutions that humans might not have come up with otherwise. But I feel like those have to be such specific. You have to have the ability to give it such specific fitness tests to do stuff like that. Like there was one that was programming antenna, an evolved antenna. So this is a for like generative evolutionary programming or genetic programming. I think this one was actually pretty good because you could have a very specific fitness test that was like, okay, the fitness test is you're going to decode this specific frequency. I forget exactly, but it's like there's this specific, there's a specific, actually it may have been broadcasting. It's been years since I looked at this. I can't actually remember if it was, I mean, this implies the best radiation pattern. So this implies that it's for broadcasting, not receiving. Anyway, you could have a specific fitness test where it's like verifiable. You can test in the world. Like, does this thing actually do a better job? Or you can like simulate it in software. And then you can come up with something crazy like this that maybe a human would not have designed, but you can just like run thousands of generations of some genetic algorithm, and throw in a little bit of mutation here and there, just like you would in real world evolution, and potentially come up with something. But like that's a very specific domain of problems where it's like, okay, we run this algorithm and then run it across this very specific fitness test, and we'll see how we do. Like you see that with stuff like genetic walking algorithm, where people do like walking. Some of these are pretty funny, where they do like, yeah, so here's the 1000th generation of this bipedal walking thing. Like you can do interesting things with this, but it's such a specific, I mean, this is probably specific down to it only working on this skeleton, for example. Like very, very specific. Ooh, I should put my own name in? Okay, what happens to that? What if it's a perfect picture of me? No, that's okay. It is. It's a perfect picture of me. My favorite of these are the pix to pix, where you can just draw a. Yeah, these are so good. Like if I draw a little kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. A nice mouse-drawn kitty. Kitty, kitty. Who's a good kitty? And then we do this. You can do it. Maybe those were Scotty dogs? Scottish terriers? Who can say? It's taking a long time to generate my kitty. Medical bill. Pretty good. That's a pretty good kitty. A little bit horrifying. These are my favorite, actually. These where you like, it's kind of like a, I don't know, color taxonomy or something, where you can just draw colors and then process, and it will say like, oh, I know that anything in here is a door, and I can say what a door is. Like everything is still kind of dreamy and nightmarish, but it's pretty good. It's too random. This shoe one, very good. Handbags, great. Hey, I want to be famous. I'll take it. Wow, look at all these people who want me to be famous. Okay, you sent me, what did you send me? Oh yeah, this uses that. This uses that, I didn't find this one to work super well. Oh yeah, I gotta say yes, terms, and of course I agree. Yeah, but we could draw some, let's draw some pavement here. There's my pavement. It doesn't look like pavement. Let's have some plants though. Some nice flowers over here. Pretty good. Weird, horrifying nightmares. Anyway, what are we doing? This is also a good video. So the short story is all programs are bad and computers are bad, but hardware is pretty fast and good. It's just now we do everything in web browsers and it's all awful. So let's all switch to WebAssembly. What is it called? WebAssembly. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Awesome. We'll write whatever we want in C. Then we're going to wasm it with Inscription and make a nice web page. It's going to be way better. Do you think those are all going to count as viewers for my view count at this? Do you maybe I want all of these people to come and offer me more followers, because if I get enough bots in here, I might make partner. So I'm all for it. I'll get as many bots as possible. Wait, that doesn't count? These bots aren't going to count? Okay, anyway, what are we even doing? I don't even know. Yeah, we were going through all this nightmare of stealing code from... I forgot. Oh yeah, I put the URL up here. So anyway, yes, first we wrote this with some random library in GitHub. Then we found the library that library used. And now we're just skipping that library to do everything natively. And now that I saw that there's C bindings for these instead of C++, I'm like slightly tempted to rewrite it again. But that looks even more annoying. And why would I do that? So yeah, there's this person's code, and this person was very helpful in figuring out how to do some things. I'm not crazy about how they did some stuff. I don't really understand why they did their enumerations in a certain way or whatever, but certainly useful to see how to get the initial this thing. And then, gosh, the stuff in this API. First, you got to get your I moniker, and you got to get your property bag, right? But you can't, first you got to bind the moniker to the property bag, right? But then you've got to iterate through, you've got to use the enum moniker to be able to iterate through all the devices, but you got to get that from the iCreate device enumerator. You know, you can't make that. You got to create the class enumerator based on this class and use that. It's just such a, why would anyone write this? Why would you do this and be like, yeah, I did a good job. I did a good job. I definitely have been thinking of, good, I need more bots. Get more in here. I was thinking of switching to Remedy, or getting Remedy. The main reason being is I couldn't get I think there's a way to do it. So what's really weird is if you go Visual Studio Code, actually it's not this. I just want if you want to do C++ in Visual Studio Code, it doesn't tell you to use like the Windows C MSVC or whatever. It tells you to go get MinGW, which seems pretty weird since Visual Studio has a compiler. So I don't think I have it set up right because debugging doesn't work, which, you know, in an application that runs in exits isn't that big of a deal, but it's so annoying to log things that it would have been nice to be able to debug. So maybe I can get it to work, or maybe I need to install MinGW so I can use GDB. But I'm pretty sure I can use the real debugger. I don't know. We're using the classic approach to debugging, which is just log everything all the time. Who's Cherry Dipper? Okay, anyway. So part of it is just like, we got to set up this filter graph, which this kind of makes sense to me. It's like it's built to be like kind of an effects chain. I think that's what's going on with Direct Show. So you can have like, oh yeah, you got this input and it's going to go through this, and this is going to tweak this, and this is going to tweak this. So that conceptually makes sense to me. Feels a little weird that I need that just to do one thing. But you have to create this graph, and then at the base of it, I want to add this thing, source filter for moniker, which is that my device, wherever that was. I use my device, right? Oh no, of course not. That's just the filter. Yeah, okay. The moniker came from me iterating through device land, which I'm still not entirely sure I did that correctly, but that is like, okay, that property bag, I had to get the property bag And now I've got this this moniker, right? Actually, that shouldn't be. Well, I'm confused about that piece, the bind to storage. I guess that's to be able to put, I don't know, man. Oh, I think that is to get, right. That is to get the properties from the moniker. Which this is what I want. What I really want is this. This is the thing that tells me like the name and whatever is the property bag, which is a great name. So that's created the filter graph. In this case, I do want the moniker, not the property bag. The moniker is just the device, essentially. It's a way to know about the device. And then I have this base filter thing, which is just an interface that kind of does nothing, but you can cast it, or no, you can't cast it here. You have to do this query interface thing. To be able to do the two things we actually want to do, which is camera control, which again is how we like do exposure and these things. And the video proc amp, which is where we do like gain and all of those things. I should try it. Oh, I don't know about that. I haven't done any debugging in VS Code with Node. It's okay for C# when it actually works, which is about 73% of the time. Yeah, maybe I should get Remedy. If it wasn't Windows only, I would be more inclined to. But I still bounce around enough that it... I don't know. Maybe if I can't get this debugger working, if I start... Ugh, who knows? I'm going to start writing C++ all the time. Most of the time when I'm writing C++, it's on a microcontroller anyway, where a debugger would be useless. So I do all my debugging with like sending stuff like blinking LEDs or sending bytes over the serial port or whatever. So, although, you know, another thing I'm thinking about a lot, I'm getting really into, also another great YouTube channel. Well, I'm recommending good YouTube videos. So all the programming YouTube channels are kind of There's just so much dogma. There's so much dogma. So there's not any one channel that I think is amazing. I have been watching this person. These are not bad, these Brian Will videos. I actually got into Brian Will's channel watching his all these things about why object-oriented programming is terrible and how much he hates it. And then a few years later, he comes back and he's like, well, object-oriented programming is terrible, but now he's got this one, object-oriented programming is good, asterisk, which he's advocating actually for a thing I've kind of stumbled into more, which he calls module-based programming, which is kind of what I do, which is like, I've just reverted back to basically writing procedural programming. Like, it's like I'm writing BASIC, like just one long, like that's this program. There's no function calls that are my function calls. It's just, my program is procedural. It starts at the top and it goes through to the end. And that's, I've just moving way more towards that because it's so easy to see what's going on state-wise. I started to do that on this one, but there were things that were just too annoying. So I did break a few things out into functions, which takes you from functional programming, or sorry, from procedural programming to functional programming. But then it is kind of nice to isolate and encapsulate things into separate things, whatever those things are, whether they're namespaces or classes or whatever you want to call them. He ends up calling them modules. So I don't know. I'm kind of moving towards, as long as you're using Unity and you're using mono behaviors, you're going to be writing classes no matter what. But you can make those dummy data classes with no logic on them and make them only, you know, essentially structs, like they're just things to contain data, plus all the stuff that Unity adds on to them. But I don't know, the more I go into, there was a time where I was like leaning into object-oriented, where it was like, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do dependency injection. We're going to have some factories and whatever. But then it's like, the case this guy makes against that is like, eventually your code, the appeal of what is supposed to be good about object-oriented programming is, oh yeah, they're objects. It's just like the real world. I've got a cat and it's got a name and a birthday, and I've got a car and it's got gas mileage. It's just like the real world. Until when you're actually programming in object-oriented programming, and it's like, yeah, I got my cat in my car, but now I have the car manager, and I have the interface for vehicles, and I have the car manager factory, and I have the factory that makes the factory, so I have the car manager factory, and like those are not real-world analog. Those are just like objects for managing other objects. So you've added all of this layer of complexity to manage the thing that's supposed to make your life easy. Anyway, he makes a reasonably compelling case on that. I think you still... I do like to read articles. I will say when I watch these videos, they're on 2x speed, for sure. But for people that are giving... These are people giving talks. And I'm interested in giving talks. If I have a problem that I need to solve, I never want to watch a video ever. I just want to read a Stack Overflow post that takes 2 minutes. But for someone making talks, I will definitely watch. Yeah, if you get your moped and it's all ruined. He makes that point where it's like, okay, I finally got it. It's all good. And it got it. And I got my good, like, my encapsulation's good. Everything talks the way it's supposed to. It's great. And then suddenly it's like, oh, actually, this thing over here needs to talk to this thing over here. And it's like, and you really, if the thing ships in a week, are you really going to go through and re-architect everything to properly have those talk? Or are you just going to say, screw it, let's just, this gets a reference to this, what, forget it. Like, just hack in some bad reference, which is so easy to do in Unity because you can just throw in some reference in the inspector. Anyway, those are pretty good. But the person I really like lately in hardware land. Oh, I think, you asked me, Kyle, what games I've been looking at. Most of the times when I'm looking at games, I'm interested in like what recent releases are. So it's usually like Giant Bomb Quick Looks, just so I can keep abreast of what's coming out. Outriders, This one was kind of interesting. This Munduan. This is by the people who did Contradiction Spot the Liar, and it looks insane. Anyway. I was watching a fair amount of RimWorld for a while and watching a fair amount of Dodo for a while, but mostly I just watch Giant Bomb Quick Looks. This guy, Ben Eater, has just been like building computers from scratch. His current computer, so you can see the full display of his current computer. He built a video card. He built this terrible computer and then he built a video card for it. And it's amazing. It's so good. Like I do a fair amount of microcontroller stuff, so I do a fair amount of like little like hardware development. He doesn't generally use any microcontrollers. He's usually just using like either, raw components, just capacitors, resistors, whatever, or like logic chips from Texas Instruments or whatever. So yeah, he built this amazing video card. So this is his video card. And this is his computer. So he's very good to watch if you want to just understand at an extremely low level what's going on a computer. Especially if you want to see that like how fake the idea of digital signals are. Because a digital signal, nothing's really digital. It's electricity that's going up and down. And there's going to be a little capacitance in the wire, so that's going to like actually kind of ease up and ease down a little bit. So it's really kind of an analog signal, and you have to figure out how to make it digital. So it's really interesting to watch him figure things out like that. Or if he's like, oh, actually these things have to happen sequentially, but there's no really way to determine that. But I know that if I take this signal and I just run it through this thing, I know it'll be a little bit slower. It'll just add a couple of microseconds maybe, and that's slow enough to make it happen after this thing. It's super interesting to see how I don't know, kind of basic, not only basic, but a little bit like sloppy. And sloppy is not the right word. It's just not clean and pure the way you want to think of it, where you want to think of it as like, oh, it's ones and zeros. It's pure. It's purely digital, but it's not. It's electrons moving around through wires with capacitance and things that like will mess everything up potentially. I'm sorry to tell you that, Ben. It's true. Well, it's funny on that. I mean, there are, cable quality does matter in some cases in terms of, that's that weird thing that makes almost no sense, that optical cables don't have enough bandwidth for 5.1, which almost makes no sense, but it's just the way, because you'd think like it's optical, it should have infinite bandwidth. But I guess it's just the way that hardware was designed, and the spec for that hardware doesn't support. So you can get better, if you need 5.1 audio, you can do that over HDMI, but you can't do it over optical, which is weird. Anyway, he is very good to watch to understand like really low level fundamentals. And he has videos that are way, like he goes through step by step and builds that video card. And it's really interesting to understand how that works. And he also has older videos where he goes through like very, you know, building very, very like not totally primitive, but like one step up from extremely primitive, logic gates and things like that. So he's great. I wish he would post a little more, actually. He's been building this PS2 keyboard interface these last couple of videos. I don't know. I feel this is, it's a realm that I'm like, I mean, it's a realm that maybe a few years ago I would have thought that I was pretty good at, until you see someone who's actually good at it. So I feel like at this point I'm just intermediate at everything. Even things I've been doing for decades, I would say like I'm okay at that, but like it's definitely people who really know what's going on. He's good. There's this other, gosh, what's that other guy? Australian hardware YouTube guy. I have to say, gosh, what is this guy's name? Now I've forgotten. I haven't watched his videos in a while. There's some YouTubers I have a hard time with just based on their voice, I have to admit. And I almost exclusively watch YouTube videos at like 1.5 times speed, if not 2 times speed, because everybody talks so slowly. Yeah, I don't think you definitely don't need expertise. And I feel okay with like I have generalized knowledge about a whole lot of things. Like I can do a lot of things in a mediocre way. And I'm pretty okay with that. I mean, I kind of have to be, because it's kind of how it is. 2.5. Oh man, should I go even faster? Oh yeah. This guy. I think it's this guy. This guy is pretty amazing. He's got like, actually one of the, Life is Yours. You should watch this video that he did where he like reverse engineers a, it's a certain kind of LED display. It's not a LED or LCD display. It's a certain kind of display that I think is like a phosphorus-based display. Where is that one? Anyway, he's extremely talented, extremely capable. He does cool stuff of like, can we like, here's an old TV, what's broken in it? Like, can we fix that thing? Here's an ancient piece of hardware. I think we could look at it and figure out how it works and reverse engineer it. He's great. Feels mean to say. I personally have a slightly hard time with his voice. That's not his fault. It's my fault. I feel bad even saying it. Man, where's that one with his... The one was really cool. In particular, this one display I thought I was really impressed with him. I can't even remember what the kind of display. It's this thing, the vacuum fluorescent displays, the VFDs. These are the coolest looking displays to begin with. Like they're crazy. They're not. They kind of look like they're LCD based or LED based, but they're not. They're like kind of little phosphorescent matrices, and they work in a crazy. But they look so good. Like the look of them is just amazing. So yeah, it's really interesting to watch him go through and like hook an Arduino to it and reverse engineer it. People do cool stuff. I should probably do cool stuff. Instead, I'm over here writing things to change the camera exposure. But what are you going to do? Anyway, where did we make it? We actually got it. So by this point, we have the property bag, which means we can know the name of the device, basically. No, we didn't. We made it here where we have these interfaces that let us control. It's a pointer to an interface that lets us control these camera settings. I'm not crazy about the way I'm doing this right now. It's very redundant, but I don't know how to not make this redundant. I started making I started to get fancy. I started to make a function that you could pass a function pointer to, but these are, you can't pass a function pointer to a class method. And because these are so weird, I mean, somebody really knew what they're doing in C++, I'm sure could figure it out. But these are pointers to interfaces. And I have an instance of that, and I wanted to try to, I don't know, I couldn't figure out a reasonable way to do it. I could put wrapper functions around these and pass those, I guess. Just so because this code just felt pretty redundant. It's not horrible. I don't mind it that much, but I couldn't figure out a way to do it other than just wrapper functions for both of those weird things, and then I would pass a pointer to those things. I guess I could do that. That would probably be a thing I could do, right? It would be annoying then because these are, they're those kind of functions that take parameter addresses in and write to them directly. Monster Monday. Wait, what is Monster Monday? What happens on Monster Monday? Monster Energy Drink? So this is how we actually set these. We just loop through and we say, did you put in any arguments that look like a thing? Or any commands that look like we should care about them. And if you did, let's try to update them. And then this is the thing that just if we didn't update anything, just print everything out. So we're in an okay place here. We just don't quite have parity with the way the previous one functioned. And I'm not fully sure how to get that. Actually, I am curious about CL. I want the smallest executable. Is that only? I'm not using C runtime. I am a little worried that I'm accidentally linking a library that I don't really need. I guess I could try. I think one of these might not be necessary. It wasn't that one. I might actually need all three of these. You'd think I would know, but I'm so bad at, or just unexperienced with Windows API stuff. Okay, I do need all three of this. That's fine. But I'm linking them. I'm linking to those, so I don't think they're actually, I don't know. I don't think those are actually embedded in any way. So I could do these linker switches to try to... And there's zero reason for me to do this, by the way. There's just no reason for me. Libc tiny. I just now am mildly obsessed with getting this command to be as small as possible. Oh no, what did you search for? Oh no. Oh, the video monster. Of course, the video monster. What new features do you need for the video monster? So far, most of this programming has been me complaining. So I feel like we had a whole stream where I complained the whole time. And then we found that one, cam control. I don't remember which one it was though. There were so many, it's just none of them were what I really wanted. we found this one. So then I wrote one program that used this thing. And then we realized that that was all just a wrapper for this. And so we rewrote it. So I don't know. I've been writing for hours now, but I'm well beyond this being useful because we could have stopped after the first one. Images. Wait, Google Images or just any image URL? So like an image display module. I just didn't know if you'd come up with any new incredible ideas. So I'm like mostly okay with this, I think. It's not bad. It's not great. There's some redundancy that I'm not super crazy about. Really, it's these. There's redundancy here, where we have to loop through both of these, which is kind of doesn't feel super great. And there's redundancy here, where we loop through both of these. And it's because each of these uses a different method. But if we just wrote a little wrapper for that method, then we could pass a pointer to somewhere else. But I feel like that's getting too fancy just for two things. Yeah, we can probably do a little image library tomorrow. Okay, right. So the thing that's actually missing, because this program should do three things, basically. If you pass no parameters, it should list only the devices. And so if we list the devices, which we have done here, we don't want to also list all of the stuff below. So actually, when we list the devices, we kind of want to exit. But we don't want to... Yeah, we use both that property bag. That's to list all the devices. We kind of don't want to do this unless you have we kind of only want to do this if there's no arguments, basically. Right? So we sort of just want to... That's not true, though, because we have to have that device count. How do we want to do this? Guess we sort of only, like, kind of here. Because we have to loop through them either way. Because as near as I can tell, it's the only way to get the count. So it would just be something that's like if command count command. Something like that. Like we... And then we kind of want to say, if you haven't given any... I don't know. That doesn't feel like the tidiest thing on earth. But so now if we call with nothing, we should get the devices, which works. If we add device 0 now, we shouldn't get those, but we should get... Oh, we get that unknown argument. All of the parameters. So we have a couple options for the device. One is like we could sort of ingest it so that it doesn't appear later, or we could just say, if it's device, just continue. What do we actually do here? We look through all of these. I don't remember how this works. This is where we look for those. So we kind of want to just say if command.e is equal to device, then just continue. There's other ways we could do that, but it's basically just saying like hey, we know we don't. We only care about, at this point, we only care about video proc properties and control properties. We don't care about device. And that's the only other command. Maybe if we had other commands, we'd actually care. I could have written a more sensible parser, but I kind of like this. At least in the other version, it was very compact and we didn't have to have 80 lines of parsing command line arguments. Our argument parser is quite short, which is pretty good, and it uses the same data structure as our other stuff, so I think that's kind of okay. So if I do this, we should only get... That's weird. Oh yeah, I gotta do case insensitivity also, actually. Zero means true in this case, which is weird. Okay, so that seems like it worked. Now we have to remember, is there a string case insensitive compare, or am I making that up? Without case insensitivity. Yeah, I think get my 1997 C knowledge back. Do I actually have that available to me? So now I can just type device. That's funny that that would work. I guess it's fine because it's defaulting to device 0. We could also say that you have to specify a device. Do we want to enforce that? That you have to specify a device? What did we say in the documentation? No. That's not my name. CamParam. We said, so in our example, we do give it a device. I kind of want to say that you have to. That if you don't put a device, like that's the one required parameter. And if you only do that, I mean, we could always default back, but like, I kind of want to require that. Really, the nice thing to do, which sounds like a pain in my entire butt, is the nice thing to do would be to let you specify a name as well, but boy, what a pain in the butt that would be. Just out of like big curiosity here, how bad would it be if we did this? How much would that break? Every possible thing. It casts you to a care star. So the advantage of this is I could decide not to cast things until the last minute, and then I could cast them to whatever they need it to be. So this key value pair would just be always just like a pointer to two things. Is that a horrible idea? I don't know how it allocates. How will it like allocate stuff like this? Like if you... How does that work? Is this even the right question to ask? So is Care Star always on the heap? Should those all be care arrays? Well, they couldn't be because they don't know the length. Unless I just made up a length for them. They could all just have a length of whatever. The problem then is that we can't point directly to the arguments. I guess I don't really know what's happening in this case. Oh, so that's like part of the program. That is. So that's not the stack or the heap. Is that like where the code is? That's like a pointer where the... Okay, distinct from the stack or the heap. What if it does that to argc and argv also? Just curious with like where this stuff goes in memory. Maybe if the debugger worked, I could know. So in that case, does that mean these things, these keys are really not, they're like const care stars and they're actually pointing somewhere else? I don't know the answer. The only reason I made these, I mean, this could have been an array of some size, but this is a pointer to, it's a pointer to an array. I don't know, man. I'm sure that's a thing people know. But not me. How is argv stored in memory? Not arg. Normally stored in the stack. Okay. I need a quick bathroom break. Be right back. Like, I kind of want to... I want... And that just ends up being a pointer to there. So that's the same memory all the time, which is good. But what I was trying to figure out is there like a good general purpose way where these could either just both be char pointers, which they could be, but feels like a little gross for these things, but it makes this more flexible because then you could provide command line arguments that were whatever you wanted. And then they could be cast later, but then, I don't know, I'd have to care about the types of them. I was not going to do that for now. I know that other stuff lets you specify by name, like device by name, but... I don't think I care. Care, get it? Care? I don't think I care. The value could be just a pointer to some bytes. Just like this is really just a pointer to some bytes. And then you could put in whatever you wanted for the arguments. But then you wouldn't know if they were broken and tried to use them and cast them. But A to I will always just give you 0 if the cast doesn't work, which is fine. So if you try to put in nonsense, it'll just cast to 0. I don't know. Anyway, okay, the thing we were actually trying to decide is if we want to require you to specify the device. And the thing I was thinking was that we probably do. Right now we're basically saying it defaults to this. But this would be more like an else that was exit with message. I don't know. I don't know if I really like that. Like no device specified because that was wrong. Now there's a device specified. But if I did like gain 0 instead of defaulting device 0, I don't know. Do I like it defaulting to device 0 or just requiring you to do it? What do I like? I don't know. I think I could use a little more exposure though. So device 0, gain 32. That was too much. And I still, I don't think I forgot. I'm still obsessed with getting the smallest executable size. How do I get it smaller? Dump bin. Disable default libraries, no default lib. I think this is gonna cause problems actually, right? I didn't know that. Oh, that's for the linker. How do I specify linker commands? Link opt. I don't know how to do that. But that's probably, I probably don't really want that, right? Yeah, this is the link. How do you do it from the command line, everybody? Well, here's the Handmade Hero Network. How about that? What do all of these numbers mean? Do I want all these? I kind of vaguely remember this. I don't know. I think I can live. I think I can live without this. I'm curious about this though. Just... It's not gonna work, right? Because we're doing weird stuff. Yeah, like string compare, stuff like that. Where does that live? Can we just not do that? We don't have the no default lib. I guess not, right? Because that'd be in whatever the default C library is. I think it's okay. I still feel like it could be smaller though, even with. mean, I kind of need to be able to print, you know? It's pretty important. Oh, should I use dumb Windows things? Interesting. Well, let's use those, of course. Will it be really smart enough to do that? I don't know. What else are we actually using? Use A2I. So what about VSPrintf? Oh no. Okay, but now actually, so if I did that and I didn't do, now I don't do, I do the one with this. But where do I get that then? I don't know what I'm doing. Clearly just guessing here. Yeah, you're right. It's probably the this dot. That's probably what I'm missing here. Win base. I'm a little confused though. Like, can I do, I thought this was telling me. I mean, it sounded good. What it said sounded good.
Don't cry.
Was like, hey, just use the Windows alternatives, right? But maybe that's not as.
Talk to me.
I'm just guessing. Just curiosity here, breaking things. Not a standard library. Standard library. Like how do I make stream? Like how do I do this? This is probably a thing if you know how to do anything, you'd actually know how to do. But I don't know how to do anything. Use 232. Is there some other lib that I need? Like, where does this live? Awesome. Very good. Did a great job. I should probably not do this and just do the try to make the thing do the thing. You know, make the thing do the thing. I just want it to be smaller. Okay, anyway, so what were we actually doing? We had just decided, I think we just decided that you have to specify the device. And if you don't specify the device, then it's not happy, right? Is that what we just decided? Yeah. And then we were thinking, say this, we should have basically feature parity. So now if you say no device, it prints the devices. If you give it a device, it prints the current state of that device. And then if you give it the device and a parameter, it'll set that parameter. And if you give it a parameter but not a device, no device specified. If you give it a fake parameter, forms. Oh, we still need a device. It'll still set the one that it knows, but it won't set the others. So it'll kind of ignore bad ones. It's a little bit of a tricky one. It's unknown argument. So it's still seeing that. Oh, because no properties are updated. So if it doesn't actually ever update anything, it'll just output what was there. So I don't know. This kind of seems like a thing that works. I sort of want to try to force every error in it. So like if I just have one argument, it should be invalid arguments. If I try to give it more than 18 arguments, oh, it got invalid before it got too many. I guess these could all be numbers. Oh, but I need double that. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So then at 18 is... Yeah, because these basically would all need parameters. That's the issue here. Oops. Oops. Too many arguments. Invalid arguments. Okay. Oh, we got that error. Could not initialize COM. No debate. Hopefully we never get those things. No video devices found. It's not really an error. It's just we don't have any video devices. So no matter what you do, that's going to throw if you don't have any video devices. No device specified. We've seen. So let's give it device 1, which is like the fake OBS device. Could not get camera control interface because it's like...
I just want to go back.
What if I do start virtual camera on OBS? Yeah, I don't know if you can actually do that stuff to it. Those errors, we're not checking any of these results in here, but I think that's okay because we're checking like the result of those results. So like, Where do I actually use the property bag? Maybe I don't need that. I need it here because I'm getting the friendly name. But I think I don't actually need it here. Oh, so if we have too many devices, what happens then? Probably something bad. I guess it doesn't really matter. So we should check though and make sure that our device index is not more than our device count.
I just want to go back.
Something like that. Invalid device index. It's a valid device index, but we just couldn't connect to it. We may actually have like not been able to get it. It's funny, you can. So it doesn't break until here, which is a little bit surprising. Really, we should check this. Funny, because that still returns as a valid device. We just can't cast it. We just can't, like, for whatever reason, it's not. We can't turn it into one of these. We can get the device and we create the filter graph, but the rest doesn't work for whatever reason. I don't really get it. Okay. So I don't know what to do really. Do we keep our C? Do we keep the C# version? Or do we say that we're not going to use that and we're just going to ditch it? What do we do? Do we keep both? CamParam and CamParam Sharp? What's the answer? Kind of think we just want both, right? We keep CamParam. This guy becomes CamParam. Not this guy. This guy. CamParam Sharp. Or do we just throw away this repo and be like, what are you doing? Okay, here's the thing though. I still want this library smaller. I'm gonna keep this. We're gonna keep it. And we'll just call it something different, and then we'll say like, hey, actually, don't use this. Go use this other one. It's a fever dream. CamParam Sharp. And then we'll make a CamParam. Right? What's my other description? Git ignore for what? C++? I wonder what that ignores. License can be probably MIT. I do whatever I want because there's no dependencies. I think I can still do whatever I want. What's in a C++ git ignore? Interesting. Okie dokie. So we probably want to fix our tasks. Or we want to make like our own build.bat, maybe. That's probably really what we want to do. It's just this, right? What is the shortcut to this? I didn't mean to do that. Oh, like the way this this dude does new tab new. The VS Code. Handles buffers and Vim buffers and tabs versus its own buffers and tabs is a little confusing to me. Doesn't seem totally cool. Did I not put that in the right place? Sure didn't. Oh. Okay, so of course now I want to try to make the file size as small as possible. So how big is it at the moment? If we get it under 100, which is seems like a very achievable goal. $20 to $30K. Mm-hmm. Like, how do you do that? OS, favor small code. Yeah. I mean, why would I do that over performance? What's wrong with me? I don't know. Because, I mean, the real reason is because I'm thinking of this as a... you know, that gets downloaded and crammed in like this dude did it. So just to be clear, how big is this dude's thing? Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. Actually, no. This. How big is this? 113K. So we're about in the ballpark of that. But it really feels like that could be smaller. Interesting. Okay. Try some of these things. OG optimizations. Favor small code. Favor small code. No frame pointers. Z, is that an I or an L? Function level linking. GX off. GZ off. These are great and are incompatible seemingly. I don't. Ugh. Okay, what'd you say? OG is deprecated. GX is deprecated. Which one was that? Use RTC1 instead of GZ. We'll ignore those for the moment and just see if this changes anything. So GY. So ZL is messing us up, right? But I think we sort of need that. If we're going to do the thing. All right, linker settings. No default lib. So if you include windows.h and then have this entry point, 480 bytes. But there's no args. How do you get your args then? Or can you still? By search engines. Can you? Did I misspell that? Am I making all this harder on myself than I should? Yes, but man, look at how tiny that executable could be. Just astounding. Is that where those other dudes live? Stream comp. I just want to make a little baby one. Wish I could try a different compiler. Creating small executables. /GS minus, huh? I don't understand why this console gets so broken. Everything we do does nothing. What? It's very possible that none of this really matters. I mean, none of it definitely matters. That's for sure. It just seems like that's so huge. It just seems so... I just want it to be a little smaller, you know? Just a little touch. Just a tad smaller. But I just don't know, you know, whatever weird stuff that's going on in Windows land. I just don't know what's happening. Aggressive optimize. Where was that? I forgot what it was. No default lib or something. How do we approach you? So it's this. You get the command line like that. This is so fussy. The link kernel 32. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. What was this? What was your make file? by the way. No arguments, just build it. So this is probably adequate. So I don't really want to add all this stuff. Okay, let's try to get this going. So we need to shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have added these yet until I added this stuff, but oh well. Because I can't get a knit. Can I? What is it? No, it's not get add. It's get oh, you know. Get remote add. That's what I want. Get remote add. Get remote add origin. Yeah. What do you tell me to do? Called main now, right? Did I do that wrong? Looks good. Right, they probably made the main branch called main. Yeah. Oh, I just can't remember. You know how GitHub decided to use main instead of mastered for everything? I didn't add anything yet today. That's no good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing something bad here. Good grief. Okay, type the right thing though. Okay, great. Very good. I think I could force it. I really wish I could RM. I wish I could type the right thing. Why? I hate you. I hate your guts. Now I'm floundering. So I want to. Ugh, this is annoying. I don't really want to do all that garbage. But wait, now it says, okay, did it actually delete? Whatever. So let's get in it. Right? Right. Those are the only files I actually care about. And then we want the remote origin. The problem is it's just going to be... Ugh. Yeah, whatever. GitHub. Is that all it is? Okay. I realize I made that harder than it needed to be. Sometimes you just want something to work. Good grief. Where's my SSH agent? Can I force it to? I mean, this definitely makes sense. Because I'm doing something silly. I just shouldn't have added those files. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this SSH agent. Okay, now we have CamParam. And now we want probably to edit these. So let's copy this over here. We'll keep them both, because who knows. Making things so complicated. Bye. What's that other guy? Okay. We did it. What do we do over here? We didn't make these uppercase. Should I have? Oh no. Oh no. Kind of want to now. You know? Capitalization file names is definitely one of those things I go back and forth on. Okay, zip you. What we call this? Fine. Fine. Okay, we did it. The best program. Why do I do these things to myself? I'll tell you why. Because this program is now what? Like 200 times smaller? That seems worthwhile. I still feel like it could be a fraction of this size. We would just have to do all that dumb stuff where we got rid of the default library. Or the standard library. I'm sure there's a way to do it and still do what we need to do. I just don't really know what it is. But that just seems silly. Why are you so big? Why are you gotta be like that? Or that is defined. Why is it so upset? Okay, everybody. How long have I been streaming? 2 hours and 41 minutes. Let's up the gain. It was worth it. It was all worth it for that. Look how fast that is. It's so fast. It's so fast. I kind of want to make a little entry here, which is just a silly thing to do. It would be nothing but we just make a logo and link to the GitHub repository, but Kind of want to. Actually, speaking of, where did we ever land with this stuff? Next image. We end up using it and everything's broken, or like, what is the? I don't even know what the status is. Has anybody touched this in months? Oh my goodness. It's time to fix all the stuff that we didn't do in the website now? Possibly. Good heavens. Okay. This is obviously the most important part of any project, is making a cool logo. Parm. I normally don't like abbreviations, as you all know, but I think CamParam is just too fun to say. But it's not Param. Just like, because it kind of sounds like CamParam, like camper, like a little camper. Like I'm a happy little camper. Anyway, here's how you design logos. You go to Adobe Fonts, and find that it doesn't work. CamParam. We actually want, I would rather do this in a web browser, can we? Explore unlimited fonts. Sure, we have to sign in. I'm proud of my tiny program. I can sleep at night because it's 200 times smaller. Of course, now I want to try to make a node, like make a node library with it. But why would I do that? Why? Foolish. Okay. Here's how logo design works. You just go here, and we say, oh, I kind of want it to be friendly. These are all ridiculous. We want it to be kind of weighty. Oh, look at Turfins. That's too friendly. I think you can be friendly, but maybe like a little funky. Definitely not. Poobly. New Kansas. Oh, Cooper action. And Fake Hobo. It's all these weird off-brands. I do like that. That's pretty good. CamParam. That's nice and tidy. Fun. Everybody loves fun. This fake hobo is really weirding me out. Kind of like Marvin, because it looks like a camp sign, you know, like you're going camping. Kind of like Shark Tooth. CamParam. No, I don't like these. Of course I want clean. Who do you think I am? A little slabby? Oh, you can't be clean and slabby and heavy? Fine. Oh, that's not a bad idea though. Like you could imagine it be like a monospace kind of none of these are gonna be very heavy, probably. Good old Courier. Oh, the spacing on these is real. You're not bad, Larby. see a lot of weighty monospaced typefaces. Oh, motto. Don't tell me about the weight. Sort by, yeah, featured. Tell me about all the featured. This monospace headline. It's got kind of a dim look and see. I cannot stress enough that there is no reason for me to be doing this. Good old-fashioned OCRA. There's something to that one. This is a mess. Look at that. What a mess. Kind of love it, though. Is it a terrible mess? I don't know. Okay, we probably got enough typefaces now. That's kind of cute. CamParam. CamParam or CamParam or CamParam. Let's just... This is outrageous. Look at this. Outrageous. This is not bad, though. Also not bad. Not really right. Marvin is absurd. There's no... I don't know, Marvin. Let me do without Marvin. Shark Tooth. Uppercase Shark Tooth, super boring. Lowercase is okay. I don't know. Shark Tooth is okay. Say Shark Tooth's in the running. I should just be pasting this instead of typing it every time. Uppercase Larby. Not bad. Kind of into that. Everybody loves OCR. I think it's not right here, though. I'm not going to do no OCR. Kind of like this. This is a cool typeface. But I think I'm liking the mixed case ones more. These aren't bad. Moby. Moby's just outrageous. Okay, here's gonna... Moby might be my new favorite typeface. It is. Because I love typefaces that don't have descenders, even in the lowercase. That's why I love Hobo so much. That's why Hobo's the best typeface. So, I don't know if Moby's what we're using here, but I do love it. What a weird... Okay, who's the winner? Moby's so silly. But it might be great. I think I would save it for a time that we didn't have any descenders. Or we did have descenders and didn't want any. CamParam. Who's the winner here? I don't think it's Shark Tooth. These are either too boring or too wild. guy's just maybe... That isn't bad. Well, let's try these three. So the best Moby is... The monospace is just weird. But I think that's why I like it. And you... What are these? Champagne sorbet. Really pushing that Moby has... Okay. Why does Callisto have an X over it? CamParam. CamParam. Look at that. Callisto lined. Okay, anyway, we'll use one of these three things, because who cares? I care. I already forgot which three we picked. I hope they're at the top of this list or something. Anybody remember the names of anything? Moby Monospace was one of them. Not bad. Larby was one of them. The other one was what? Carbon. Just ridiculous. Barely even looks like words. I don't know. Are these all too boring? Too wild? Too boring? You're probably just too weird. Are these too boring? Maybe I blew it. Maybe a little heavier Larrabee. I was wrong all along. Maybe Monster Nova really was the answer. I don't think it was. I did kind of like this one. No, I don't. This one? It's just it's like a little too vanilla. Which one is that? Carbon thin? Is there a carbon thin bold? It's like a weightier carbon. Not a carbon thin bold. Carbon bold. Let's do it. We'll just do that. Not bad. Something's real wrong with that PA pairing though. Which is weird, like even with optical, it's a mess. Like get in here and get those guys to be friends. Is that too friendly? Aura. This is real something there. I don't know. Not bad. Could be worse. What color's CamParam? How about celebration colors? No. How about corporate? It's just beautiful. You know I'm into beige lately. So beigey. Oops. Why do this? Why not? Oops. CamParam. I don't like the dark background. Background just feel like another slightly so well, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here. Definitely palettes some nostalgia in these palettes. Perfect. CamParam. Not really feeling it. Not really feeling our outcome here today. I'm gonna delete the rectangle. I want to move it to another layer. I don't know. I don't really know exactly what I want. Probably like pink. Gross. This palette might be not serving us very well. Kid stuff. Neutral. Oh, so much beige. So beigey. This is all disaster. I don't know. Suddenly really not feeling this. That's bad too. Maybe I hate all these. Maybe that whole exercise was that was a mistake. Those just want to be red, you know? Like they're so round. Just like just eye searing. This looks like a pharmacy. Now it looks like a camera store. Or an airline from the 60s. CamParam. Never really feel like I've ever tried to make branding for a command line application before. It doesn't really do much for you in terms of giving you something to work with. Black. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm on this space. It's just not doing it for me. Jom. Cool. Ah. I love the way the R's and the A's live together. That's just quite inspired. It now looks like a Supreme logo or something. Some cool clothing. Well, I kind of like it. Well, maybe it wants to be tracked out a little. And the C and the A are just really up in each other's face. Oh yeah, kind of like that. RA. It almost starts to look like Thai. I don't know what the what Thai glyphs are called, but like Thai lettering, like a Thai Coca-Cola. I don't know. Maybe not. Who's more round? Maybe it's not Thai I'm thinking of. Something that very specifically has really... Is it... Are Purdue? Somebody just got very round. I don't know. CamParam. CamParam. This is very silly. I just need some kind of little banner, right? Doesn't have to be fancy, does it? It really reminds me of something. Some Southeast Asian. Share a coat. Southeast Asia. I'm not especially good at recognizing different scripts. I think it's cool in like when there's typefaces for super calligraphic languages, like very like scripty languages that but then there's that like geometric typefaces for really calligraphic languages. I always think are super cool. Visibones. I don't know. This is just not magically coming together. It's a real crisis. Until I picked that color, and now it's all perfect. CamParam. Maybe it just needs like a little, one of these or something. Well, that's disappointing. Look how terrible the greater than sign is. Why doesn't it look as good as this V? The greater than sign is lame. The V is good. Well, that's not gonna fly. You know, like the V looks great. Why would you have such a bad looking greater than when you've got a great looking V? It's a real disappointment. Wait, what? What happened? Oh, you're in the wrong place. What happened? Okay. Wrong button. You know, just like one of these. Like one. Now it looks like it looks like a little angry emoji now. Do I like that? I don't know. I'm running out of the will to care. It's slipping by second. I can feel it. Feel it oozing out of me. Gross. I don't know. I do think we actually want this to be at least 1 to 2 if we're going to use it for a little web banner image. I know that Life is Yours thinks it needs like glow and scan lines, obviously. Obviously. CamParam. 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 CamParam? Well, I mean, you want it to look like your editor, though, where it's way over the top and outrageous and it burns everyone's eyes who looks at it, right? Like, isn't that that's your general preferred styling for source code? Then does this have to be a capital V? Those are capital? The capital V is not as good. It's better lowercase. I don't know where that T came from. Ah! You know, like, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. You kind of want the middle of this in the middle of that. Maybe? Doesn't quite feel right. It feels a couple pixels off. This is just a little too close for comfort. Just a touch. CamParam. I don't have an easy way to do that. Unless I put it through like the this. My mouse just stopped working again. Like we wrote this fancy glitchy thing. I know, it looks like a mad little guy. I kind of like it. Maybe we don't need this. But I do kind of like it. I think it's funnier with it. CamParam. Whatever. This is just so extraordinarily not actually important. It's just astonishingly how not important it is. But now we've started it, so we can't possibly stop. Boop. We only got magistral bold. So what do? Proxima Nova, our default. Boring. This really does look like a camera store. Which I guess is right. You know? Kind of want a camera store. Camera store vibes. Maybe it only looks like a camera store because it says cam. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's something about the something about the letter forms here. Do we add a terrible glow? Do we add terrible scan lines? There's an easy way to do that. Stylize. Texture. We had grain. We would just have to kind of manually do it if we wanted to. Yeah, not really. CamParam. We have to write one of these for every platform. Actually, I'm curious. So that all this came from Where are we going to find that other thing? We're never going to find it. Oh, we got to check out Nuxt image. Maybe we do that tomorrow. I know we've looked at this 85 times on this stream alone, but that's okay. So, I really did stay up too late. It was a poor choice. So here's the thing. macOS relies on image snap. Linux relies on FS webcam. And then Windows just has this little baby. So the thing is, though, I don't know. You know, I don't know if these do all the stuff. Like, if these actually do the thing. Can you change exposure and stuff like that here? I don't know. So image snap, but yeah, does it like this is old. Old. Image settings, yeah. Oh no, does that mean we have to figure out how to do this on the command line in macOS too? I'm almost certain there's a way to do it. I feel like I've even maybe perhaps done that before, but I think I had a little utility that did that. Yeah, that doesn't. Oh, is it this thing? This is old. He's so happy. This thing. List devices, list controls. Yeah, these people are very serious about their whole thing. There are probably people like astronomy stuff, maybe? Like trying to control cameras to automate for astronomy. Anyway, so you can do it on macOS, it seems. Certainly do it on Linux. And now with my silly thing, you can do it on Windows. This logo is so familiar. CamParam. We kind of need it to be a square, but whatever. So we could do one cute little baby. Okay, this is going to be our first test in a while. I think it's not going to look very good actually, but we'll try. So we need to you know, open the thing. I think I'm really sleepy. I'm pulling like life is yours hours over here. It's not good for anybody. So how did I do stuff like tab only? Okay. We don't want this. No. What's that thing called? Sword of God. How did we do this? So we made this goofball local image thing, is what we did. So if we made a new... No. So we made a new post for this year. No post for last year. We got to catch up on documentation. 2021. CamParam. I think these are all called index.md. So then we have the front matter. CamParam. We have a date. We have a location. I stopped releasing utility stuff like this a long time ago, but we gotta do something. CamParam. I think I started making all my thumbnails square. I don't quite know how I'd want to do that here, really, though. How might I want to do that? I feel like CamParam in there will just be so anemic. It'll just be like a sad little baby. That'll be sad too. That'll be even sadder. So sad it will be. What's the shortcut? Everybody? Anybody? Why is my line height? Let's do superscript. What is the shortcut for the line height? Just show everything. Like, yeah, that is the line height. Letting one might call it. I mean, that's just boring, but I don't really know what else to do. Just have it fall off the page. Pretty boring. What do we do about that? What do we do for stuff like chorus? We just put a big word in the middle of the screen? Here we made an actual logo. Chorus made an actual logo. Oh boy. Let me try to make a logo. I don't know about that. It's like a camera, but like with params. Get it? No, I don't get it. This is not a good idea, by the way. I'm doing this, but it's not a good idea. I was thinking, oh, I'll just make a thing, you know, it's a thing that's like part camera, part settings, and it looks dumb. Beautiful. Panama, Panera bread. It's just like a cute little alien eyeball looking at you. Adorable. I take back everything I said. It looks great. It doesn't. It doesn't look very good. Mm-mm. I hate it. Mainly because it's not good. That's my main problem with it. If it was good, I'd like it. But because I did a bad job, I'm not a fan. Almost looks like I won a little trophy. It's a little gold medal down here. Can I not do this the way that I think I can? Mm-hmm. CamParam. I like to say it, even if I think the logo or like this mark is just a phew boy. I really have like a good camera settings icon. Is there like some good convention for this? I mean, they're kind of, yeah, we're barking up the same tree. You got a gear and you got a camera. This one is maybe the closest. And if we made the gear not terrible, then maybe. Probably not, but maybe. I mean, in fact, you know, we actually tried slightly harder on the gear. Not hard, but like, if it was at least a trapezoid. Is that the right word? You know, because then it would look at least a little more like a gear. That's not math. Looks like a sunshine. Really nice sunshine. Probably, obviously, the thing it needs is just more. You just need to add to it. When something doesn't look good and you want it to look good, definitely the thing you do is just keep adding more bad things to it, and then that will that'll clean it right up. That'll instantly make it good. See, if I just keep copying and pasting things, eventually it's going to look great. Now it's like a pirate ship. I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's like a robotic sunshine. It's not good. That's I mean, you know, it's a little obvious. I'm gonna put a shutter inside. Put a shutter inside instead. Cool. How'd you do that? You probably just like draw. How would you do that? If I were a shutter, how would I draw me? You kind of just want to truncate part of your dude, I guess. So it doesn't matter how many. Yeah, kind of an interesting problem. Perfect. I think that's how you do it. That's definitely the right answer. Who knew? Who knew that the secret to a shutter was a pentagram? I couldn't have told you that. Not a very good shutter. I feel like you need more. You need 6? Is that the secret? I do hate it. So what would that be? Negative 60? How did I break the... No. I'm gonna do it like that. Sure, there's a better way to do this without manually having to do these, but... In fact, I can think of a couple ways, but they'd be potentially more annoying in the long run. But if you just had like little hemispheres that you wrapped around, that would do the job. Well, we made a shutter. I don't think it's good. Especially don't like that it's weirdly... Actually, that would be the easiest thing to do, is just make a hexagon and snap. lines. But we'll probably bother doing that. I don't think, I mean, it's also just not good. Is the other problem with it. Kind of like the dumb lens. But I don't know why. It's not very good, but I just kind of like it. That's all. That's all. How'd that guy get so sneaky? I don't think I did that right. Weird to only partially have it. Probably. Was it weird to care this much? Making a logo for some random little command line thing? Yes. The answer to that question is absolutely this is weird. Okay, we need to just do something. I didn't find this like this is like such a silly little sunshine. There's kind of something to that idea of the just dead simple. It's the settings cog with the little lens, the little shutters inside. There's like very slightly something to that. I don't know. But not very much. Yeah, you got like, hey boy. You got that version. You got a version where we only do half the little ringies. It's also weird. And then you got a version that is Yep. Why am I doing this? Why would I do this? You know, then we can do one of these numbers. A few ways we could do it, actually. We kind of need to pick all these, do this, merge them, do one of these, poke a hole in it, and then you could do one of these. Oh, then I can't have the middle of that. That's so stupid. Man, snapping in Illustrator is not good. Might even call it bad. In fact, I would call it bad. What the heck happened? Get rid of my little circle? Okay, anyway, we got to keep a copy of this circle. We can merge these together. Pathfinder, rather. Pathfinder U. Put a circle back just for reference so we know where the middle of anything is. The thing I'm doing, I don't think it's going to look good. Already predicting not very good, but am I going to do it anyway? Yeah, I'm going to do it anyway. You know, you get that, and then you just put this on top of it, and that doesn't really work at all. But how bad would it look if it did work? That's the real question here. So I wonder if we could get away with the just a hexagon and just little lines coming out of our hexagon, basically. Did I lose my center circle? No, I didn't, thank heavens. You know, because I don't actually know. Like, that's certainly easy enough. And I guess once you have that, although, why don't you snap in a way that makes sense to the world? If you're on this anchor point, where's the center? Why can't I mouse over the center? Why? Why? Nobody knows. No one could possibly ever come up with a reason that that would be the case. I pick that circle, it's got a center. So now I could do these. Oops, I forgot one. Oh no, I was supposed to duplicate it. Okay. Oh yeah, our shutter's too big. I got done with this book. Totally dumb. Notice we have a selected view. Stop that. Stop it. I don't want that. Quit it. Okay. I don't know why. We'll select them one at a time. Put this over the link. Perfect. We'll just keep stacking things. This is not going to look pretty good. I already feel pretty confident. There's kind of something to the idea, but I think it's just not a very good idea. Or it's just whatever. A little too clever. Or trying to be too clever. And nobody wants that. Are those weights matched a little better? And then what if this was good heavens. Now it looks awesome. We have all these circles. Don't need that anymore. We do. Kind of want this, but not really. We actually want, not you, we want that. And then this guy can just go away forever. Get on my face. And then this guy can get this stroke. I mean, really, we don't need any fills anymore, right? And then maybe if they all had the same weight. And really, you'd probably want your cogs to... Okay, this needs to be on the outside. Or your teeth. I mean, it's not totally offensive. It's not good. But it doesn't make me angry. Or does it? I think what you want, though, is you want the... do we quite have that? We sort of don't. We have too many teeth. If you had 12 teeth, they'd line up a little better, but then that would look like too many teeth. Probably. How many teeth should a human have? 50? 100? Check out this move. You're gonna love it. This move is gonna blow your mind. It's not a good move, but... Are you serious? This is a circle. Okay. So, if we went every 30 instead, it's too much, right? It's just too much. If we went every 60, it wouldn't be enough. Or would it? I don't even. I don't know what have we done. Get out of here. That's just silly. That's just silly, everybody. What are we trying to do here? Perhaps if the middle was way tinier? You all this... Yeah, why do we keep getting different stroke sizes? Because we keep scaling things and we have scale strokes and effects on. Like, what if... Just hear me out. We didn't scale strokes and effects. And we got rid of this. And this. And then we just kind of shrunk that down. How dumb would it be? I mean, it's the least dumb of everything on the screen, right? Because everything else is pretty dumb. This is only like mostly dumb. I'm fired. Where's your border? You guys are on top of it. It's like a nice, like it's like a pirate ship for some reason. That's not. That's all right. It's like an Aperture Science logo with a settings wheel around it, is what we've done here today. This is not a triumph. Now I'm thinking about how good the Portal songs are. They're really good. They're really, really good. Even the like third unofficial one. Also love it. I mean, you know, just this, it's like not the worst thing anybody's ever seen. People have seen worse things than this. That's almost okay now. It's just like combining it with this nonsense. Oh boy. What are we doing? Is that it? We just go with this? Like a good, maybe like Junior year of design school logo. Definitely seen worse. Definitely seen way better. I think we just go with this because I don't want to work on it anymore. What if these were super thick? It would look crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's growing on me. I don't think it goes with our type treatment at all, but I have a very exciting solution for that called just grab these and just round those off. And now it's a beautiful flower. So that was not a good idea. I would actually kind of like to round all of these, but those are not shapes. Those are not, those are just strokes being weird. We could make them into shapes, but. They're very slightly rounded. How bad is it? Give it to me straight. I'm embarrassed by it. Better than this. I think. It's just so busy. Why is it so busy? Ben loves it. I got the Ben approval. That means we're done. Try one more thing. There's just got like a little too much going on, but I wonder if we just need one less ring. Maybe. It was just a little less whatever it is. I don't know. It's hard to it's hard to imagine something that matters less than this. It's just of no consequence. But now I'm emotionally invested. My emotions are on the line. I just don't think it pairs very well with this logo type. Really. But what are you gonna do about it? CamParam. I forgot the shortcut for letting. It's just so big. It's just there's like so busy. It's like a and it looks like a sunshine. It looks like a sunshine for some that looks like a pizza swirl. It's like a vortex of pizza. What it looks like is some not very good like tour company. Like if you went to Puerto Vallarta or something, and then got on like did some like tour. When it's got the sunshine. Without the gears, it's okay. But then, who knows? I've been going for 4 hours now. I didn't even mean to. We're working on this dumb logo for some reason. Why? Why would I work on this? What's wrong with me? It's so not important. It's so meaningless. It's a tool that only I'm going to use ever, first of all. Now this looks like some kind of Aztec sun. Some Mesoamerican... now it looks like a Mesoamerican Airlines. Come fly the friendly skies of CamParam. Quickly run out of steam here. Dangerously low. Yes. Yes. Black Betty CamParam. That's you all remember. Not really sure what even is this? Why does this exist? It's just acting as another stroke. But if we don't have this, it's just like, it's just an aperture setting. Which, sure. The general rule with like branding and logo design, or my general rule at least, is that cleverness is bad. Like, in fact, I think in most cases in life, the clever solution is not the good solution. I think that checks out in a lot of contexts, actually. So many teeth. Yeah. That's probably true. I definitely stayed up too late doing that thing. It's also, I mean, it's also practice. Someday, presumably, I'll work on something that's not dumb. Maybe. And then, you know, I think it's not a terrible thing to magistral? Treat even trivial projects like they are not totally trivial. Maybe we were just less weighty. So we've got magistral bold. What if we grab medium? Please don't show this again. And let's try them all. Medium and bookend light. You know what was better? Was the sideways V that Life Is Yours wouldn't let me have. That was the best mark, for sure. We could have made like a little animated GIF that just made it blink. Like, that was great. Look at that. Good. That looks good. And then Life Is Yours made fun of it and hurt my feelings. And then I couldn't use it anymore because my feelings were hurt. Like, that's fine. Look at that. We don't need any of this crap. Get this crap out of here. Why are you wasting your time with this stuff? Unclear. This... the face looks a lot like this. Wait, what's the wrong... What happened to our typeface? Oh yeah, it's V... Sure. Colon C. We gotta like Do one of these. This is a sad little guy. This is what I feel like right now. I feel exactly like this. What's the superscript command when you're sideways? There we go. How about that for a logo? It's pretty good. Can we, oh, so happy. So worried. Oh, that's just more like a little hat than worried, I guess. Okay. Let's just try this at several other weights, and then I'm ready to cut this terrible logo. One day when I have to like make, sometimes you're making a game or something, or whatever. You're making some kind of scene and you need a bunch of fake logos. We'll have all these bad CamParam logos. This isn't terrible. It's not terrible. It doesn't, it's not right for this type treatment. Like if all the weights matched, that would make a little more sense. Like it was something like that. But seriously, this looks like Mexico tour company. Logo. It's got to be like adventure tours. Ah, I'm wrong. I thought there'd be more sunshines. Or like Puerto Vallarta tours logo. Maybe we're ahead of our ahead of the curve here. Maybe it was Cabo. Is that our problem? I feel like I went on this tour company and they went to an island with this logo. It's getting there. It's kind of getting there. Okay. Obviously, the better one is the one that just has the little command line thing. Oh, it's just clearly the superior logo. I don't know what to do with any of this other stuff. We'll just stick it up here somewhere. That almost looks like a thing. Like, borderline looks like a thing. It's just too evocative of other stuff. And we're trying to evoke two images at once already. So if you're like trying to evoke it, but if you're trying to evoke two things, which are actually evoking some tertiary thing, I think you've kind of blown it. This, on the other hand, I think I like this because it reminds me of I don't know exactly what, but something from Radio Shack. Might just be the old school Radio Shack logo from when I was a kid. But even more specifically, like I can't remember exactly what the device I'm thinking of is. Maybe the color computer logo. That was a good computer. Oh, look at that computer. Sick. That old Tandy logo. Trash 80. See, that's what it's reminding me of. Give me some Trash 80 vibes. I want a color computer. Get a little cocoa. That's when computers used to be good. You know, all this other stuff getting in your way. All this nonsense. Operating systems and whatnot. What does a boomerang do? Is it a memory module? Cool. We got a logo for this. Some people knew how to make logos. What a joystick. Deluxe joystick. Cool. I had this joystick. It was cool. Look at that Tandy shirt. My dad worked at Radio Shack for a while. I was young. A color computer. Got a Tandy 1000 later. Incredible. Put in a cassette tape into a tape deck and play Donald Duck games. Oh, this beautiful beige. Okay, are we done with this? I was done with this the minute I saw it. We were going to try the lighter weights. And they're kind of boring. I think medium's actually not bad. I'm not into that. I like this better medium. I do, in fact. Am I gonna put this thing back in, even though Life is Yours hurt my feelings? I think I am. I learned about a weird Stanley. I'm not a huge Stanley Kubrick fan. I'm fine. I'm fine. Fine with Stanley Kubrick. Well, I learned a weird Stanley Kubrick quote where he said that the best idea is the opposite of the first idea, which means we should put this on the other side, right? No, I don't like that. It doesn't look as good here. It looks better like totally in isolation. I don't know. It's just I wanted something that lived in a square a little bit better. That's all. And then I made all these bad logos for an hour. I don't know. That's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's also not good. They're just trying so hard. They're trying so hard. Why do you gotta try so hard? If I delete half your teeth. You look adorable, actually. Now you look like a cute little alien, and I'm into it. Look at this little guy. How cute this guy is. This is adorable. Like a little guy in a little space helmet. Oh, I love him. Let's give him a little spacesuit. Probably not really what we're looking for today, but he's just cute as heck. What are we doing? We have boring, ugly logos. That's what we're doing. That does not look centered at all. This song, that's the sound of what that little robot guy sounds like when he sings. CamParam. How about one of these? Really about one of these. Here we go. We're about to get serious here. That's weird. This is a Kodak logo. That's what Kodak does. What have we done? Was that all good, like Eastman Kodak? What company logo did I just accidentally rip off? No. This is what I'm thinking of. Probably something else too. Whatever, I think we're gonna go with it. That's everything I wanted a logo and more. I don't even know anymore. Kind of like it. Why? Why have we done this? Unclear. Can I play with this all day? Yes, I easily could. Easily. No challenge whatsoever. New things to snap onto. What do we think? I think it's funny. We did a... I need one of these lines over here somewhere. No lines all over the place. It's too thick. That's all ridiculous, but oh well. Like something not quite about the weight there. But whatever. I'm capable of any amount of tweaking. I don't know. Do we get rid of this here? Probably. Sad. CamParam, 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 CamParam. Okay. Well, that was clearly very productive. Eh. No, I don't want you. This. That's perfect. Couldn't be better. I don't remember what I'm doing at this point. How do I get all these artboards? Yep. I can do this all day. Truly, truly can. Okay. You are CamParam. You are CamParam thumbnail. I actually was making those thumbnails all 1080. But I think it doesn't matter. Okay. What silliness. What nonsense. Yeah, where does this go? Well, I have to think about that a little bit. All I needed was a thumbnail. So much to ask. And here we are. Okay. Great. Sure. And then what do we, how does this work? I don't care about that project. This local image thing. Not very good. What are we doing here? Description. CamParam is a maybe eat some food and drink some water and maybe like see the sun today. Oh, I have like actual work to do in a few hours. That doesn't sound fun. Okay, we got that build. I need a quick bathroom break and a drink of water. I'll be right back. Okay, I don't know. That didn't work. Well, we've done several things wrong here. CamParam thumbnail .ping. That's supposed to be in an images folder. Okay. And this, of course, should be CamParam. That was weird. Oh, it's so silly. It's also like kind of soft looking. I guess that's just our. Oh wait, they're not actually filtered here, right? Is that our whole thing? Wait, why is this on the cam? Why is this an overlay? Oh, how weird. The piano overlay was still pointing to this. So the whole website was, it's kind of cool. Not useful. I didn't notice that, but hey, how about that? Okay. This is silly. It's ridiculous. Whatever. Do we make GitHub links? I have like the mustache hair in my mouth. Pardon me. I thought we made the idea of GitHub links. This is what we did. This. Okay. So the CTA is what it is. GitHub repo. Why did I put all this work into making this silly logo? I don't know. You gotta document things. Whatever. Whatever. What are we doing? We're saying. I don't know. How much documentation does this need? CamParam is some command line utilities. I do like that's pretty good though. Do you see our setup is pretty good? Our website said, look at those kisses. Is that approving of this ridiculous logo? Like our editing setup, I'm pretty pleased with this. Like our web setup, that was not too painful. And now we just should push it and it'll build and it'll be really easy. Do I want to write more about this? I'm feeling a little bit deliriously tired. Let me just copy this one. What was that camera control lid GitHub? What was that? What was that thing called? No, 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 no. Why am I linking to the make file? No, I don't know, man. Looks pretty silly in there. Oh well. Maybe we'll revisit it another day. CamParam is a simple command line utility for Windows to view and set GitHub repo. For years, I wanted to see how to configure camera settings before streaming. Okay. And because I'm not able to proofread, we do this.
Description CamParam is a simple command line utility for Windows to view and set camera properties like exposure, brightness, and gain.
Thanks, robot.
Background: for years I have wanted a CLI tool to configure camera settings before live streaming, but could never find one that quite did the job. I made 2 initial attempts in C# using Camera Control Lib, and then Direct Show NET directly, but was frustrated by the large executable size required by .NET. In the end, I rewrote everything in C++ for a much leaner binary. Acknowledgements: the basis of this program is heavily influenced by Command Cam.
See, some stuff, unless you hear it, you don't realize how silly it says to say Direct Show Net directly. But I don't know what I would say other than directly. I think we leave it. Okay. Okay. Source tree? I forgot the name of the source tree, and I was surprised. My fingers knew what to type. So I do want to... What do I want to do this coming week? Kyle will be angry if we don't do some video monster stuff. Okay, what did I actually add? This stuff? And we should really... Now that Volume 1 is in the store, we should check it out and like really release it and really take good, documentation and stuff like that. There's a few things I want to clean up, but I think I just want to land it. So there's like for the next build, the aim will just be simplify. And then I don't even remember what else. Anything. What else? Oh, I want to look at those updates to that next fixture stuff. One day, work on documentation. Put a few more things in the portfolio, maybe. And shouldn't need to be that big. We made it too big. And probably other stuff. And then, yeah, maybe the next thing is we really needed to get to Velotic one of these days. But maybe we do Ostinato first. The one with Ostinato is it was never made for mobile. But now I think I know how to do that. And phones are way bigger now than when I first did it. CamParam. Design. Logo, did AI. Why did I make a logo for this? No one will ever know. including me. Because you're gonna have something in a thumbnail, right? So can we go to this website? Wow, it's already there. That was fast. So now we just play the waiting game and see how long it takes for somebody to complain about something. I guess I should download it and actually run it, right? Make sure that it runs. I didn't do that. That would be good practice. That would be good. That would be a good thing to do. Excuse me? Okay. CamParam. Oops, wrong one. CamParam. List some stuff. Device 0. Device 1. Device 0. Gain 0. Exposure -4. Very slow. 5. The camera becomes slow. The program is fast. 64. Exposure -6. Gain 128. So fast. It's a little motion blurry. You know, like you could imagine lots of ways to make this fancier and have lots of command line parameters and a help function and all those things, but I don't really want that. Like, it's very much to be designed to be called from something else. And so I want sort of minimal output. I don't know. Maybe we'll touch it again someday. But for now, we did it. We finished the project, kind of. Maybe the reason I felt obligated to make a logo is just because of how annoying this whole process was. Like, it was annoying that there was no tool that already could do it in the way that I wanted to. Really, in any way, I'm surprised. There's like, I don't know that I found anything that really did that thing. And then it was annoying that we couldn't really find easy ways to like interface to the libraries. And it was annoying when we wrote it twice. It was annoying when after we wrote it twice, it was still 20 megabytes. And then it was a little annoying to write it just more vanilla, but I think it was all worth it. So much so that I moved to tears. Oh, there's that overlay. That overlay looks great. Maybe I should just always leave an overlay for my website. Oh, my eyeballs. Dream programmer is not exactly what I meant. Oh no, there's something in my eye. Wait, oh my gosh. It's still there. I want to go wash my eye out. Okay. Goodness. Thanks for hanging out. Kyle and Life is Yours and Encode and who else? Who even knows? All the bots. I really appreciate all the bots stopping by. Oh, my eyeball. Don't rub it. Don't rub your eyeball. I know. Eye patch. Okay, I'm done. I'm done here. Have a great day. Goodbye.